my second time trying to start this recording. First time I had my mic off, but so anyways, this is a hard problem to end of the month. N workers or N tasks M workers. There's a array of tasks, each having a certain strength requirement, and an array of workers, each having their own strengths. And you're trying to assign workers to tasks where the worker strength is greater than the task strength. And then there's a number of pills. Each pill increases the workers by a certain strength value. Those are two different variables. And then you're trying to find the number of tasks that can be completed using the workers and the pills that have those certain strengths. So if you have task 321 and your workers are 033, this 3 strength worker can do 3 strength tasks. The 3 strength worker can do the 2 strength task, and then the last worker has 0 strength. But if you have one pill with 1 strength, then you can use that pill for that last worker, and all 3 tasks are complete. If the workers all have 0 strength, and you have 2 tasks that have 5 and 4, 1 pill that gives 5 strength, then you can give that pill and have that either the 5 or the 4 tasks completed. And then lastly here, if you have a bunch of workers that mostly have 10 strength, tasks that have 10, 15, 30, 3 pills, 10 strength each, you can be able to do 2 tasks here. Note that you can't really combine workers to a single task, but you can make like the 10 go to the 10 and one of the 10 get extra boost and make it 20. So anyways, last one is 2 workers or 2 tasks completed. So the things that I did, create an answer, get some variables, sort it in reverse. I think it's a little easier to think about in reverse sorting fashion. And then if you have, let's say, some test cases, 3 tasks, 3, 2, 1, workers 2, 1, 0, 3 pills, 1 strength each. In theory, you should be able to give each worker 1 strength pill and get all 3 tasks complete. But it does show that you can't just do a greedy approach, where the greedy approach kind of matches the tasks with the equivalent strength worker. Because then you're left with 3 pills, and the 3 pills can't be all given to a single worker. But you could work this with, again, each worker getting a pill. Then also, you can't just give a worker a pill once you see that that can fit the biggest task, because if your task with 3, 2, 1, and your workers were 2, 0, 0, and you had 1 pill, 1 strength, in theory you can give the worker, the 2 strength worker, 1 pill to get to 3, and then have 1 task complete. But you could also give one of the 0 workers a pill, have them do the doing the 1 strength task, having the 2 strength worker do the 2 strength task, and get 2 tasks done. So, like, greedy approaches can't just do a greedy approach, I don't think. So anyways, how best to do this? What if I did one pass where I did a best fit, one pass where I do a best fit, in which case like the 2 matches with the 2, the 1 matches with the 1, and then do a second pass where I'd use the pills and maybe propagate any changes based on that. There's going to be a lot of pills though. So do 1 pass for best fit of workers to tasks, another pass to do best use of pills. So what would that mean? So like best fit would mean 2 go to 2, and then best use of pills would mean 0 makes this into 1. I can also think of it another way as I can use the pills to subtract from the task's value. Pills subtracting from the task's strength value is equivalent to the workers using pills to increase the strength value. I think it's all the same. It's all the same. I'm pretty sure this is not dynamic programming because it's too slow. If there's m pills, m could possibly be 10 to the 4th, 5 times 10 to the 4th. In general, dynamic programming is like n squared, I think. Okay. Find 2 to 1, 1 to 2 to 2, 1 to 1. And then I have 0 left over. And then what? And then I give 0 a pill to make it do 1. And then I give 1 the pill to make it do 2. And I give 2 the pill to make it do 3. So 1 pass do that, 1 pass do that. 1 pass for the workers. So what does that mean? So how do I assign workers to tasks logically? So if I have the workers, if I have a queue, if I have a heap. Okay, so I have a heap of unassigned. This is tasks that have no workers. Right? And let's say that I have an assignment that is -1 times the number of workers. So for every, this should be a heap. So for every person, how do I, okay, so I have a pointer here, task is 3, the worker is 2. If I see that there's no worker, that the largest worker cannot work it, then I will put it in unassigned. So I think I need an index for the worker. So work index is 0. So if the worker work index is greater than or equal to the current task, then I'm just going to do that assignment. So I'll say assignment for this work index is equal to this task. And then go to the next worker. Else, if it doesn't work, then the task is unassigned. So unassigned, so it was eq dot epush the epush onto this heap this task. So that would push 3 onto the heap. I think the answer should probably increase here. I've made an assignment. Okay, so in general, this is going to be pretty loose, I want to say, because it could be extremely, like, let's say this is 100, 100, 1, 0. It's going to still assign the worker regardless of how much better they are compared to a task. But I think that's still correct, because even if there's like a huge disparity between the ability of the worker and the task requirement, like it is the currently biggest task that has been had that the t-index is the currently biggest task, right? So it's not as if there was a better task for this worker. Okay, so I think that's fine for initial. And then for the follow-up would be I have a heap that has a bunch of unassigned tasks, and then I have some amount of workers that have yet to be assigned. Now this might actually go out of bounds though. So let's see, Windex. Increase the worker index. I think I need to say if the worker index is equal to the number of workers, and break maybe. Like I can't assign any more workers. Is equal to the number of workers. Yeah, so I don't go out of bounds there. So what could happen here? So the 100 would assign the 3, and then it would make 2 be part of the unassigned task, and then the 1 would be assigned, and then you're left with a 0 that's unassigned worker, and you're left with a 2 that's an unassigned task. Do I need to create a heap for the workers? A max heap rather than a min heap? We have some number of workers that are remaining. Yeah, I think you make maybe a min heap of the remaining workers, or a max heap of the remaining workers. No, min heap. A min heap of the remaining workers. And then you assigned from there. So I want to use the pills. And the best use of a pill is to make some unassigned worker do a task. best use of a pill is to make an unassigned worker do a task that hasn't been assigned. Like 0 completes it to 1. The second best use for a pill is to make a lower strength worker do a task that they couldn't do before, which frees up a higher strength worker. So best use of pill is 1 assigned worker do unassigned task, 2 assigned worker unassigned worker do assigned task, freeing up a higher strength worker. Which then could free up the higher strength worker to reassign the higher strength worker. Using the same heuristic, try to reassign them to do a task without using a pill, and then try to reassign them to do a task with a pill. Ooh, that's one too many things to try to do, I think, or one too many things to try to recompute. Alright, so let's see if I can do this. For every Alright, I'm going to say unemployed, and this is going to be the heap of unassigned workers. I'll just go and say for the win index, for an index in the range of whatever the current win index is to the number of workers. Unemployed will add that to that heap. Let's see, workers at this index. Alright, let me just go and just print out what is, this should be doing some stuff here. I'll print out the assignment, print out the unassigned task, print out the unemployed. Okay, so 3 gets assigned with 3, 2 gets assigned with 2, 1 isn't assigned at all. Unassigned is the task that is 1, unemployed is the worker that has strength 0. Okay, that's correct. So there's no assignment for any of these workers. The unassigned tasks are 4 and 5. The unassigned workers are 0, 0, 0. Here, 30, 10. Okay, yeah. So the strongest worker is 10. They're assigned the task 10. The other workers are not assigned. 15 and 30 are unassigned, and the workers that are unassigned or are unemployed are 0, 10, 10. Okay, so this is what I am currently thinking about. Okay, so going through my lowest worker, seeing if I can give them my lowest job, I guess. So if I can't give my lowest worker my lowest unassigned job, there's just no work for them, right? So while unassigned is true, while there's some unassigned, I'll say the weakest worker is unassigned dot eq dot heap pop unassigned. So take out my lowest worker. See if I can't give them the lowest assignment. Maybe while unassigned and while there is no while unassigned is greater than 0 and there's some unemployed. I'm confusing unassigned and unemployed. My weakest worker is my unemployed. So while there's unassigned task and there are unemployed workers, the weakest worker is there. Weakest task. I don't know if I want to pop this out. And assigned. So at the very best, I should be trying to use a pill to make this work. So if the weakest worker plus a pill, I guess I also need to say and there's pills to use. Plus the strength of the pill is greater than or equal to the weakest task. Then I should assign the task to the worker. Pills -1. I think if I popped it off the heap, then it's kind of assumed it as assigned. Answer increases by 1. Else what? Else I just take the worker off the queue. Best use of a pill is to give the worker an unassigned task. Second best use is to give the workers an assigned task. Give the workers an assigned task is kind of tricky because I don't have an assigned queue. Weakest worker plus the strength of pills greater than the weakest task. Give the pill to the worker. Okay. And then what? So if it doesn't work, then you shouldn't be removing the task from the queue. I think this should be think this should be unassigned at 0. Only if you can complete the task would you actually remove it from the queue. Or from the heap. So take the smallest task, see if it's actually capable of being done by the pilled out weakest worker, and then if it is, then actually remove it from the heap. And if not, then you just move on to the next weakest worker. Again, seeing if that weakest worker can do that task. Eventually you'll run out of workers. Eventually you run out of workers, but then you don't necessarily run out of pills. And then even if you run out of workers, you need to still try to pill. You need to try to pill workers that are assigned task. So what case am I thinking about here? My task is, let's say, 5, 4, 3. Workers is like 4, 4, 1. Let's say you had a single pill. So this 4 would match this 4, this 4 would match this 3. Okay, that's really not what I'm thinking about. There's a case where you're done checking for the weakest worker. You still need to use the pills correctly to increase the number of tasks completed. Well, I mean, it could be something as simple as this, maybe? No, that doesn't change anything. So, you give a pill to a worker that wasn't able to do it before. So, 5, 4, 4. But then that would make this thing capable of doing the 4. What am I thinking about? It's going to be giving a pill to a worker that's already assigned a task. No, I guess it doesn't make sense. If you have a worker that's already assigned a task, and you gave them a pill, to do another task, and then they're just reassigned to a bigger task. I don't see how that could actually increase the number of tasks done. Yeah. The weakest worker assigned a weakest task. So the next step would be the weakest worker assigned the weakest task. So I think it just boils down to something like this. 3, 2, 1 is the task, workers is 2, 1, 0. So you get the 0 worker assigned with this task 1. Mm. 3, 2, 1. So currently, okay, so 2, 1 would be assigned with 2, 1. And you have 0 that's an unassigned worker, and 3 that's an unassigned task. Okay, so you can't just give the 0 worker a pill to make them do the unassigned task. It's too big. But you can give the 0 worker a pill to make them do the lowest assigned task, which frees up the worker that's doing that. Okay. So maybe I have an assignment heap. Maybe I have an assignment heap where the weakest worker takes on the weakest assigned task. Using the strength of a pill. Is that something that I guarantee that I actually give the correct worker the correct pill, or correct the pills to the correct worker? Because even if I gave weakest worker, is it? What am I trying to say here? So 0 and 3 are the unassigned workers and unassigned task. If I gave 0 the pill, allows it to work on. Maybe I don't care about that. Like maybe I only care about giving second strongest worker pill to make it. So like, what if it was something like 0. What am I? Oh, what is going on? I have a heap of assignments. And assignments match as close as possible. I have a heap of workers that are unemployed. I give the worst worker, use the worst worker with a pill to take out the worst assignment that's already been tasked. Okay. So I have a heap that is like task 2 is matched with 2, task 1 is matched with 1. I have unassigned task of 3, unemployed worker of 0. So I look at the heap of assignments, and if the lowest unemployed worker plus a pill can do the assignment for the lowest assignment, use a pill for the lowest assignment, then I would make it be assignment becomes 2, 2, 0 plus 1, 1, unassigned is still 3, unemployed is now 0, but unemployed is now 1. So I'll just pop this out, and then I do 1 plus 1, 2, 0 plus 1, 1, unassigned is now 3, unemployed is 2. The issue with this is it's no longer, well, not really heap unless I remove this lowest thing. And how do I know that the pill usage is correct here? So the best use of pill is to make something that doesn't have an assignment employed. And then the second best use of pill is to upgrade. Is to allow freeing up a higher strength worker. Then when you allow the freeing up of a higher strength worker, the best use of them is to not try to use a pill. Best use of them is just to do a higher assignment. Oh shit. So if it was something like 3, 2, so there's 4 workers here. 4, 3, 2, 1 is the task. Workers are something with the 1 at the end. Something with the 1 at the end. What if it was like 4, 3, 2, 2, 1? So your unassigned task, so you have a 3 match with a 3, a 2 match with a 2, a 1 match with a 1. So your unassigned task is 4, and your unassigned worker is 2, or unemployed worker is 2. So 2 would try to handle the 3, and then 3 becomes unassigned. And then your 3 should try to handle the 4. 2 should handle the 3. 2, 1. So your assignments is 3, 3, 2, 2, 1, 1. Look at the first one where you're unemployed plus huh. Well, what if there was an extra task? What if there was an extra worker here, right? Let's say the extra worker is 0. In theory, you could make the 0 be pilled. You can make the 0 be pilled and make it do the 1's job. And then, well, that's... And then the 1 could do... Make your 0 be pilled and do this 1's job. That frees up the 1. But freeing up the 1 doesn't really get you any more tasks. Yeah, you have to be kind of strategic in where you use your pills. You have to use your pills to actually improve the... Well, actually, if there's only 1 pill, then there's just no way that this actually improves at all. There has to be 2 pills. So if there's 2 pills, you do the 1 to improve the 0 to make it do the 1's job. The 1 gets freed. And then you try for the 1 to improve to do the 2's job. Three does the 3. Actually, that's not right. So the assignments would actually be 3, 3, 2, 2, and 2, 1. Yeah, I think that's how the assignments would go. First task 4 can't be done. The next task 3 can be done by the 3. The next task 2 can be done by 2. The next task 1 can be done by the 2. So the unemployed would be 1 and 0. Then you try to get the lowest unemployed, 0, to use a pill to make it do something. Or to make it do the unassigned task, which it can't. Secondly, you upgrade the 0 to make it do the task that is the lowest task here, which frees up a 2. And then 2 that's freed up, you add it to the unemployed. So the assignments become 3, 3, 2, 2, and 0 plus 1, 1. Unassigned is now 4, unemployed is 2, 1. With 1 pill left. If you have 1 pill left, then in theory you could also upgrade the 1 to make it to do the 2's job. And then you'd have, yeah, then you'd have 3, 3, 1 plus 1, 2, 0 plus 1, 1. You have an unassigned that is 4, and unemployed, that is 2 and 2. And then you have 0 pills left. So do you need to start from the other end? Do the tasks. You start from the other end. Try to assign to pill up workers. So if you can't give a worker that's unemployed a pill to make them do a job, then the second best is to give pills. Well, it would require that you give a pill to move along the chain. In theory, there should be a way to get all 4 tasks done by upgrading the 3 to 4, upgrading the 2 to 3, and keeping the 2 and doing the 2 with the 2 and the 1 with the 1. So upgrade the 3 to a 4. Upgrade the 2 to a 3. Making the 2 do the 2, and then the 1 do the 1. Alright, let's look at some hints. It's possible to assign the first K smallest task to the workers. First K smallest task to the workers. So first, let's say 2 is K. Sure, I guess. Now can you efficiently try every K? Efficiently try every K. Is this a binary search? The maximum number of tasks that can be completed. So efficiently try every K. Possible assign the first K smallest task to the workers. First K smallest task. Try the first k smallest task. 1, 2, 3. So try the first smallest task. 1 goes with 0 pilled. 1 goes with 3, 2 goes with 3, 3 doesn't go with anything. And then what? Efficiently try the k smallest task. Efficiently try every k. Good. Efficiently try the smallest k. So you added pills. You can assign the magic pills to the following. Can you do a binary search here? I don't know how you'd be able to. You had some number of pills. How does that affect k? It's possible to find the first k smallest task to the workers. So let's say k is the first 2 smallest tasks. How would I assign the first 2 smallest tasks efficiently? I would go workers, reverse sort the workers. As long as I don't see a worker capable of doing the smallest task, I keep them going. So 4, I don't see anything. 5, I don't see anything. 10, I see 10, and then 15, I don't see anything. But because 15, I can't see anything, then I should try to pill something. Because 15, I don't see anything, I should try to pill something. I should pill the lowest worker. You efficiently try every K. Is it possible? Yeah, that sounds like a max. That sounds like a binary search. So if it's not possible to assign the first k smallest task, then it's not possible to assign the first k plus 1 smallest task. And it's not possible to find the first k plus 2 smallest tasks, so possibility ends. So if you can't assign the first k So yeah, it's just finding that first k that you can assign. Okay, so that's binary search. I'm pretty sure. Now can you efficiently try every k? Well, yeah, you can efficiently try every k by using binary search, right? For k between 0 to n, where n is the number of tasks, like you start with middle, go from there, n divided by 2. Okay, so the question is how to do a check. So is it possible to assign the first k tasks with n pills using the workers? So how to do that in a single pass? Assigning if it's possible. So let's say there's a large, like there's 100,000 tasks, or 10,000 tasks, and the lowest are 3, 2, 1. Can I somehow assign those 3 with these workers? Not asking, so assign all those three with these 3 workers using the pills. So it's not asking like how many of those tasks is possible, but can I do all 3 of them? So if I'm doing all 3 of them, then the biggest worker possible has to be assigned with the biggest task possible. And the second biggest worker has to be assigned with the second biggest task. And if it's ever the case that I can't assign the biggest with the biggest task, then I will automatically use a pill, because there's no point of using a pill on a smaller individual, I think. If there's ever a case where a pill would allow a worker, the largest worker, to do the largest task, then I should do it, I think. Is that correct? So no, that's not correct. If the task is 3, the workers is 2, 0, 0. Just because I can use a pill to make a worker do that largest task, I should not. Because there, it's better to save the pill for a later date. So no, that's not correct. That's not correct. Because I'm just doing if it's possible for all k values to be assigned. So I have to attempt to use pills whenever possible. Whenever there's an impossibility, I have to use a pill. Because the question is not of these how many tasks, it's can I do all 3 tasks. So 3 goes to 3, 3 goes to 2, and then 1 goes to 0 with the pill, and I return that as possible. Okay. Fine is possible. Okay. I think I prefer using largest task with largest worker, but I think it's equivalent either way. For index in range K, then so yeah, it's gonna be returns true, false if able to assign K largest tasks to workers. So I'll say the worker index is starting at 0. P use, till use starting at 0. So for if the largest worker is the worker at the current worker index. So if the workers at this worker index is greater than or equal to the task at this task index, then move on to the next worker. Else if this worker plus pill is better than this task strength, then use worker and use the pill. If the pill use is now I need to check if pill use is too much. Okay, I think here if pill use is greater than or equal to min pills, then just return false. Is this where I want to do this check? Fine, I think it's fine. So use the pill and move to the next work. And then return true if you can do all that. Okay, else this is return false as well. Okay, so the worker index, number of pills used. If it's possible to assign the task to the worker, assign it. I wonder if this is somehow incorrect. Like maybe you should be using a pill here. Or the strongest worker assigned to the strongest task. That has to be correct, right? Like, let's say the strongest worker was 100. The strongest task was 3. The second strongest worker is like 0. And the second strongest task is 2. Strongest worker assigned to strongest tasks. Is that always true? I think so. I don't think you would ever want to wait on the pill usage. You're not going to pill that person. Their best use has to be on the strongest task. Okay, yeah. And then if you can't assign the strongest worker to the strongest task, then you have to try to use a pill. And if that doesn't work, then you can't assign the first K task. Okay. Alright, so the answer is going to be 0, sort the workers. All this is garbage. Okay, so the low value is going to be, lowest number of tasks should be 0 tasks. The high should be the number of tasks, which is n tasks. While low is less than high, the mid is low plus high divided by 2. If able is possible to do this mid, if you are able to do this number of tasks, let's go ahead and just say low, mid, high, able. Print out that. If you're able to do this number of tasks, then you try to do more tasks. So the low value is going to be mid plus 1. Else, if you're not able to, then your high value should be mid, I want to say. So you lower your high bound to your mid. So say you have 3 values. 0 is your low, high is 2, mid is 1, and you're able to do mid. I think this is right. And then you return the mid result. No, return the low result. The low goes too far. Alright, I think it's something like that. It might be low minus 1. I'm printing out this. So you are capable of doing 1. You're capable of doing 2. 2, 3. And then I made low. I don't know if that's correct. I think this should be. You should always be. Bounds should include correct value. So if you're able to do mid, then mid is fine. You should always be able to do 0. So somewhere in your range between low and high originally is the correct value. And if you have a correct mid, then the mid should work. And then if you have a correct high value, I think maybe this might be, I don't know if this is any different. Return high versus return low, I think it might be the same. Yeah. Although, so here, can you do 1? You can. and 1 is the last thing that you can do. I think you go too far, so maybe you should be returning low -1. No, still, yeah. I think maybe you just need an if statement here. If you're able to do the low amount, then return the low amount. Otherwise, return low -1. Okay. So the question here was, can you do 1? Is it possible to do the first 1? And this thing said no, really? Is it possible to do 1? Oh. Ooh. So it's not possible to do the largest one. It is possible to do the smallest one. Yeah, my logic is wrong. I need to actually work on the. So let's say it's not reverse sorting the workers or the task. So task is sorted in increasing fashion. And I would need to start with the worker that is kth away from the best worker. So worker is worker index, the number of workers minus k. So if I have k tasks and there are, let's say there's 3 tasks, and there's 5 workers, I should start 0, 1, 2. Yeah, okay. And if this worker is capable of doing this task, then move on. If not, then buff up the worker. Okay. Okay. I wonder if this stuff is necessary here, if I can just return low. Nope. I think this might be necessary. Is, if possible, love. Yeah, it's always kind of weird, this extra if statement. Okay, so let's see here. I said 2, the correct answer is 3. So the task should be properly sort. Right. So the worker tasks are 55899. So is it possible for me to do 55? So the first call is should be 0, 5, 0, 2, 5. So is it possible to do the first two? And it should be true. Okay, that's fine. And then the next one, is it possible to do the first 4? And I said no, it's not fine. And then is it possible to do the first 3? And I said no. I see. I said 3 because I pill up the 4 and make that able to do the 5. But then what I should have done was I pilled up the 4 to make it do the 8, and then the 6 is assigned with the 5. Interesting. Yeah, this is the case where I was trying to figure out whether I could do the greedy approach with pills. So I think that means I need to pill up the lowest worker and also assign the lowest worker. Pill up the lowest worker and give it the largest assignment possible. Pill up the lowest worker, give it the largest assignment possible. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. That's easier said than done. And pill up the lowest worker. The lowest worker has to get pilled. Because all k need to be all k tasks needs to be assigned. Maybe I do use a heap here. So 4, take out the 4. Take out the 4. Yeah, maybe use a heap here. So workers is going to be best workers will be heapify the workers from n workers minus k to the end. I think that's I think that's right. N workers to the end, n workers minus k. Okay. So the worker index will start out at 0. And then you're going to say if the worst worker, which is the best worker, is at 0. Worst is to be best worker, heap pop. Best workers, take out the first one. If the worst worker is better than the task, then continue. If they're not better than the task, then what? You're gonna pill them, but then you need to keep track of the fact they're pilled. You keep track that they're pilled. I want to have two heaps, a heap for pilled workers and a heap for unpilled workers. Or keep my best workers in the array and then have a separate heap for the pilled workers. So So I can say 4 needs to somehow, so 5 needs to somehow be done. So I can pill the 4, add 8 to the heap, and then see the next thing. Which is a 6, hasn't been pilled. If that doesn't work, then I pill the 6. And then keep on doing until I have no pills or nothing that can be pilled. The 4 goes with the 4, I pill it, it becomes a 9. I add 9 to the heap, pull out the next thing, 6, doesn't need a pill, I can do the 5. 6 doesn't need a pill, it does a 5. I could also do something funky, like instead of using a tuple to keep track of where the number is pilled, like I can do 4 false, 6 false, 6 false, and then add 8 true, or 9 true to the heap to keep track of pilled versus unpilled numbers. I actually do something where it's like I double everything, make this 8, 12, 12. Even numbers are for unpilled, and plus 1 for odd for pilled numbers. So this would become a 9 doubled 18 plus 1, something like that. I have a 19 anything. 19 compared to 10. Or 19 compared to 8, 16. Pilled versus unpilled. Okay. I just need a. What is the best way of doing this? 4 becomes pilled and becomes a 9. So that means I have 2 heaps. So while there are pills to be used, so the 4 has to be assigned to something. I would always want to try the unpilled numbers first. No, that's not true, is it? I always want to try the pilled numbers first. Because it could be something where I need to pill out everything. So even the 9 needs to be used if it works. So like it was if your values were 5, 5, 8, or let's say 5, 15, 5, 10, 15, and your workers were 4, 6, or 6, 11, pills were 3, the strength was 5. So the 4 pilled becomes 9. And in theory, the 5 could be assigned with that pilled worker, or it could be assigned with a 6. And even though the 6 is closer to the 5, you want to wait for the 6 to be pilled to or to the 10. So 4 pilled needs to be used on the 5. So how do you take that into account? Because you could do 4 pilled, put 9 on the heap, take out 6 from the heap, and say that that's good enough for the 5. But that's not correct. 4 needs to be assigned to something. Really, it should be something like the 4 pilled needs to take out the biggest number possible. That should always work. The 4 pilled needs to take out the biggest number possible, which is in this case is the 5. 4 pilled needs to take out the biggest number possible, in which case is the 8. Not necessarily the first number possible. How would I know what the biggest number possible for it is? How would I know? I guess you said something like, does it have to take out the biggest number possible? I mean, it's not going to be wrong if it takes out the biggest number possible. Four takes out the 5. 4 takes out the 8. And 6 takes out the 5. 6 takes out the other 5. 4 takes out the 8. How do I know how long to wait? 6 takes out the 5. 6 takes out the 5, and the 4 can wait till the 8. There's only one pill anyways. Let's get a pill heap. What if we got a pill heap? So 4, 6, 11 becomes 6, 9, 11 if you pilled a 4. 6, 9, 11. So the 9 is pilled. And then you say 5 goes to 6, sure. And then you say 9 goes to 10, nope. So then you have to backtrack, and then you have to do 6 becomes 11. And then you also have to backtrack and say 11 becomes 16, pilled. Four goes with 5. And the first thing that you pill when you pill something, you should try to get the biggest task possible for that thing that's pilled. So if you had 4, 6, 11, and that becomes 2 things, 6, 11, and 9. And then you say 5 goes with what? Well, if the next number in the chain cannot be done with the smallest pill, then use the smallest pill. Is that correct? The next number in the chain of tasks cannot be done with the smallest pilled number. Use the smallest pilled number. If the next number in the chain can be done with the smallest pill, then wait on the smallest pill. Yeah, that doesn't seem right either. Like, for instance, what if it was... What if there was a 9 there? Maybe that is correct. So, build 4 becomes 9. You can either use the smallest unpilled number or the smallest pilled number. You always want to wait on the smallest pilled number, I think. You wait on the smallest pilled number, technically you're missing out on this thing being pilled. So, is it ever the case that you would want to be inefficient with your pill usage? There's a bigger number that could be pilled, that could be using a pilled number. whenever you pill a number, you want to match with the largest task possible and match everything else with something that works for it. So what if it was something like, what if it was 5, 5, 8, 8, and your workers were 4, 5, something that required to pill all your workers pretty much. It's like 4, 4, 4, 4, 6, 6. There's 4 pills. So you see 4 versus 5, you pill the first worker. And that becomes 4, 6, 6 as you're unpilled. 9 stars are pilled. And then you pill your second worker. So it becomes 6, 6 as you're unpilled, 9, 9, 9 star, 9 stars are pilled. So in theory, you can wait off on using the 9 for the next task and use the 6 for the current task. Then if you did that, then the 6s would be used here, and the 9s would be used there. Yeah, I guess you didn't have to fill everything here. But what if the last one was something really large, like let's say it was 10. So use the 6 on the 5, 6 on the 5, the 9 pill on the 8, and then you're stuck with the 9 pill on a 10. Whereas you could have pilled a 6 at some point to get it to do 10. Oh my god. The K smallest task. Maybe I'm working this backwards. So I said the K smallest task were 5, 5, 8. And here I had the largest number was 6. And then I should find the lowest number that I can pill. Number that I can pill. That's still bigger than 8, and I should take those numbers. The lowest number I can pill. Alternatively, I could use pill to reduce the 8 to become a 4. Do 5, 5, 8, 10. 4, 4, 6, 6. Some number pills. 8 pills, 4 pills, strength is 5. So the 4 needs to be assigned to something. 4 can't be assigned with a 5. This 4 has to be pilled. And then the 5 can either be assigned with a 4 or 6 at that point. No, 4 or 9 pilled. And in theory, should go with the 9 pilled. How do you know? How do you know? How do you know which to do? Do. 4, 6, 6, 5, 5. So 5, 5, 8. 4 wants to get pilled. To get pilled. So that's become a 9. How do you know when to use the 9? Best use of the 9 is to remove anything that is close to 9 but less than 9. Biggest number close to 9, less than 9. Which is no better use for it. So that could also be the best use for it in the long run is the current number. So how do you know what should be pilled at 6? And pill the 6. You need to pill the 6. Five, 5, 8, 10. Pill the 4. The second next number, the next smallest number is still too small, so you pill the other 4. Now you have 6 versus 9. Like if you actually assign the 9, if you assign the 6 to 5 here, that eventually just does eventually just not work. Can you do a 6 assigned to the 5 here? Can. So you could do 6 to the 5. Seeing that 9 could possibly be assigned to the 8 later on. And then here, again, 9 can be assigned to the later on. So we assign the second 6, and then that screws it up. The best use for the pills has to be to lower the biggest task. Yeah. If you have 4 pills, then there's no point in not lowering the 4 biggest tasks. Pretty sure? Not right. No, that's not right. God damn it. If you make strategic use of when you use your pills, still could be better. Like just because a task is big doesn't mean that you don't have something that already does the task without the pill. Fuck. So when is the best use for the pill? So you have to do K tasks. Anytime a worker can't do a task, they have to get pilled. Assuming that everything was assigned before. So this worker has to get pilled. But then when the worker gets pilled, they should remove the task that is best for them. The largest possible task for them. Like it should become 466 as the workers, and it should become 555. 5510 is the task. And then here 4 becomes pilled, becomes a 9, and the task should take out the 9, or should take out the 5. So it becomes 510, and the workers become 66. Then how do you know what number task to remove? The largest task that can still be smaller than the pilled worker. How do you know in a heap how far down the line that is? So you take out the 4, put in the 9. Take the 4, put in the 9. Four, 4, 6, 6. Six. It could either be a 9 or 4. The other 4 could be a 9 or a 4. 6 could be a 10 or 6 could be 11 or 6. And if you pill something, the order changes. Pill something, the order changes. Unless you're pilling the largest thing, the order doesn't change. So the 6 here, when you pill it, it's still going to be the largest thing. So if you're dealing with the largest number, and it's still dealing with the largest number and it's bigger than the largest worker, technically you want to use the pill on the thing that best increases to be still bigger than this task. So here would be 6. It could be something down the line over here. What if you change the 10 and you lower it? So you change the 10 to become a 5. So some worker that's 5 or more using a pill can do this. But then you put it back in the heap. Okay. And then you compare the 8 to the 6. The 8's still bigger than the 6, so you pill the 8. And you make this into a 3. And then you compare the 6 to 5, it works. 6 to 5, it works. 5 to 4, it works. Now you pill 5. And you pill 5 becomes 1. And then you do 4 to 3, it works. 4 to 1 works. Wait. Um, 5, 5, 18, 4, 4, 6, 6. Pill the 4, pill the 4. 6, 6, 9, 9. 6, 6, 9. Last 9 didn't work. Pill the smallest values and you pill the largest value. Smallest value necessary, largest value necessary. So because 10 is bigger than 6, you have to pill that. You have to pill the 4. You have to pill the 4. You have to pill the 6. Pill the 4 becomes that. Pill the 4 becomes that. And you check also your largest pilled number, larger than pilled number. Is that? Your smallest numbers have to be pilled and your largest number has to be pilled. Doesn't seem consistent. Doesn't seem always correct. Sometimes it pills, sometimes it don't pill. Sometimes you assign, sometimes you don't assign. So if you look at the form pellet, it comes from 9. Look at the form pellet, it comes from 9. Do. Close. Should be an easier problem than I'm currently thinking about. So you have a worker, you have your task, your weakest worker and your weakest task. They're below the task and has to get out. And the worker should go back in the queue. And now you have your next worker. It's possible that they should still be pilled. It's possible that they should still be pilled. Unless you can somehow guarantee that the pilled worker got the best task for them. I can guarantee that. The best, the farthest task for the pilled worker. And you can search for it. Farthest task for the pilled worker. Could search for it. Have a list task that your pilled worker used. Interesting. So then what? But that's not always correct. Because multiple pilled workers could match the same value in the list. So for instance, if your workers were 5, 4, 4, 6, 6, and the task were 5, 5, 8, 10, here the pilled worker's 9 would match with the 8, would match with the 8. But the 8 is still in the list until you see it in the heap. See it in front of the heap. 9 matched the 8. then the next worker is 4. Think to yourself, the best one for this one after pills is going to be also 9, which also matches with an 8. And then because 6 is now bigger than 5, you use the 6's on the 5's. And then use one of the pilled 9's and 8, and the other 10 is now stuck. So you also have to like remove the 8 from the list somehow. So the best thing is for the pilled 4s, the 8. Then the next pilled 4, the best thing for that is the 5. Unless you can somehow remove the 8 from the list. Only one is bisect ones. So slow. If that's too slow. Five, five, 4 pill becomes 9. Remove the 8 from the sorted array. And 4 pill becomes 9. Then you remove the 5 from the sorted array. And the 6 takes up a 5. And the other 6 takes up a 10. Must be something faster than that. Leetcode comes 444669. And then the next one is 669 pill, 669 pill 9 pill. Here's 6. Here's 6 or 5 pairs for 9 pill. I mean, I could do a hash map. inserted gets 8. It's slow. Or it'd be a while with quick. Oh gosh. The number of tasks. So if I add a worker, make the third worker and assign them a task. You assign them the best task possible. So it will be assigned with the 9. Theory, your 6 doesn't need to be assigned with 10. Could be a later one, like a 5 gets assigned. Like if it was like this. In theory, this 6 so there's a 7 here. So you shouldn't be pilling the 7, pilling the 6. So the 7 can get the 7, the 6 can get the 6. And you should pill both 5s. Yes. Pilling both 4s. So punishing for the greedy algorithms here. Can't greedy work. 4, 9. So I got the thing that's closest to 9. It's smaller than 9. The other 4, 9 as well. Technically, so that should be assigned to 10. 10 should be assigned the smallest thing that is. 10 should be assigned with the smallest thing. And the smallest worker that is pilled to be bigger than 10. Always assign 10 to a worker that is bigger than 10. And we should always assign 4 to a task that is smaller than 4. And if the task is not smaller than 4, 4 needs to be peeled. Task. Okay. Worker smaller. Let's go bigger than the biggest worker. Then whoever takes on the task needs to have a pill. And if the worker is smaller than the smallest task, the worker has to take a pill. Are those the two heuristics that I need to take care of that? And then everything else just falls in line? So 4, 4, 6, 6, so what is it? 5, 5, 8, 10. 4, 4, 6, 6. Because this 4 is smaller than the smallest one, then this 4 has to increase to become 9. Same thing with this one, it has to increase to become 9. And because this 10 is bigger than the biggest worker, this 10 has to get killed and become a 6. And becomes a 5. In theory, you have one more pill to work with. And as long as you don't match a pilled task with a pilled worker, it's fine. Is there any cases where you shouldn't be automatically doing that? So is there a case where you should be pilling both the workers? So, I mean, if it was something like, yeah, something like 5, 5, 10, 10. Or even something like 5, 10, 5, 5, 10, 12, 10, 11. There's this 4, 4, 6, 6. You need to pill both the 4s. You need to pill both the 10 and 11. It becomes 5, 5, 5, 6. It becomes 6, 6, 9, 9. If you have some spare pills at that point, when would you use the spare pills? Well, in theory, you don't have to use spare pills at all here. No, well, you used all 4 pills here, so I'm going to spares. Use all 4 pills here. Back with the smallest and the largest workers, smallest and the largest task. If you put smallest and largest worker, smallest and largest task. So if the smallest worker doesn't meet the smallest task, and pill it. While the smallest worker doesn't meet the smallest task, pill it. And while the largest worker or the largest task is bigger than the largest worker, you pill the task. And then you start doing assignments. Smallest worker, smallest task, smallest worker, smallest task. And then come up with something where the smallest worker can't meet the smallest task. Pill that worker. Not necessarily to optimal results. At any point when you pill the worker, you need to find the best task for them. Pretty sure. The pills. The worker is smaller than the smallest task for the worker. So faster. And you take the filled worker number and you add it to add it all. So 4, 4, 6, 6 versus 5, 5, 10, 11. So just on the face of it, 4 is smaller than 5, 4 is smaller than 5, 6 is smaller than 10, and 6 is smaller than 11. So let's code become right. It should be 4, 4, 5, 5, yeah, 5, 5, 8, 8. 5, 5, 8, 10. 4 smaller than the 5, smaller than 5, 8 smaller than 6, 6 is smaller, 8 6 smaller than 8, 6 smaller than 10. 4 jumps to become a 9. And then the 9 can gobble up the 8. Now this 4 becomes a 9, and that 9 swallows up to 5. And then this 6 is bigger than the 5. And then the 6 is bigger, and then the 6 becomes an 11. And 11 swallows up to 10. It seems so slow. You have to do a sorted array, and then do the bisect stuff for the sorted array. There has to be something better than this. Just has to be. Four jumps to become a 9. Look at this value for 9 where it inserts it into the array. Inserts it here. The 4 maps to that spot. And this 4 maps to that same spot. But because that same spot has already been used, then I map to the spot prior to it. Maybe the prior spot is already been used. I can say there was a bunch of 4s, and a bunch of 5s. So this 4 would map to this 8. Then this 4 would map to the thing before that 8, so this would be this 5. And then this 4 is mapped to that prior to that 8, so that'd be this 5. How slow is that? This is the number of things that it just doesn't work. There's no way it works. So you have to take pills on all these. You have to take pills and pills and pills and pills. So you take 4, and how you take out the 8. Take out the 4, you somehow take out the 8. And then what? How would you even take out the 8? Is it possible to assign the k smallest task to the workers? K smallest task to the workers. So you only have one task. Look at the biggest worker. Look at the biggest workers. The best worker for that one task. You add a pill onto them if necessary, and then that's it. We had 2 workers and the 2 smallest tasks. Then again, you look at the biggest worker. Look at the biggest worker and the biggest task. The biggest worker and the biggest task, 2. If it works, then they should be assigned to it. Maybe. Not necessarily. The biggest worker should be assigned to the biggest task. So it's possible that you want to assign to the second biggest task. So the biggest worker gets assigned to the biggest task. That should always be correct to do. And the smallest worker gets assigned to the smallest task. If it's possible, then we should do it. Then if the biggest worker can't be assigned to the biggest task, then you should look at this. You should look at pilling a smaller worker than that. You should look at pilling a smaller worker than that. When you're searching for the smallest worker capable of handling that task. You can also like it's any different. 4, 4, 6, 6 versus 4, 4, 6, 6, 4, 5, 5, 8, 8 versus 4, 4, 6, 6. So you pill the smallest book. Let's do it the other way around. It's like 5, 5, 5, 5, 10, 10 versus 4, 4, 6, 6. So you know you have to pill this task. So it becomes 6. And you know you have to pill that task. So now 6 comes matched with the 6. Three matches with the 2. 3 matches with the 1. Biggest task match with 9. see how this is. 4, 4, 6, 6. So the 4 becomes a 9. 4 becomes a 9. Becomes 6, 6, 9, 9. And let's say this was 5, 5, 10, 10. Then the 6 would match with the 5, the 6 should match with the 5. The 9 can't be bothered. Just can't have a single heap here. Just can't have a single heap. Of both pilled and unpilled. Six, put this 5. Actually matches the 5, 10 match with nothing. 4, 4, 6, 6. Five. 4 becomes a 9. 9 match. What is 9? 9 match. So best workers. The best workers versus the worst tasks. Seems right. The best workers versus the worst tasks. When to use the pills. Best workers versus the worst tasks. So whenever you see a worker unable to do a task, then you have to pill the work. And if you do see a worker able to do worst worker able to do the task. Worst worker able to do the task. That worker could in theory be pilled to do a bigger task. And a pilled worker would be assigned to that current task. What do I know? What do you know? What if you did 5, 5, 10, 10. Workers become 6, 6, 9 filled, 9 filled. What if you see whenever a worker, if there's any free pills, if the worker plus pill can do the biggest task, then you should make that worker plus pill do the biggest task. If you have any free pills. If you have any free pills. If you have no free pills, then this worker should do the current smallest task. Yeah, the current worker should do the current smallest task if there's no free pills. If there's some number of unpilled workers and some number of pills left over, then this worker should do this task. This worker should do the biggest task possible. Interesting. So 6. There's 2 pills left. Pills left. We take out the 6 here. And a pill. Take out the biggest thing here. Does that make sense? What if there was worry something that could handle that? What if there's worry something that was like 20 here? So what if there was something like 20 there and 11 here? Well, you have any free pills. Where the free pill plus, where the number plus free pill takes out the largest number? Is it always worth it to do that? Not necessarily. Any free pills, it's always better to do a later number for the free pill. 6, 6, 9, 9, 20. So in theory, you should be not combining 6 and 5, 6 and 5. But combining 6 and 6 and what? It's always bigger to do a later number with a pill. We have 2 free pills here. But the number of free numbers after this is 2. The number of free numbers after it is smaller than the number of pills, and you should always pill the number. Yeah, if the number of free numbers after this is smaller than the pills, you should always pill the number. So here, so something like this, maybe 20. There's 2 pills after, 2 free pills, and there's 2 numbers. So you should always pill the 6. You should always pill this other 6. And therefore you get 11 pill, 11 pill. Otherwise, if there's not any, then the smallest number needs to match the smallest number. Yeah. Smallest needs to match the smallest number. Smallest needs to match the smallest number. Unless it can't, which smallest needs to match the smallest number. Small match small, unless okay, is that so weak is W. So the weakest worker match with the weakest task if possible. If not possible, pill weakest worker. If number of pills is equal to or greater than or equal to number of remaining unpilled workers, always pill worker. Okay. I think that's correct. Because if it's not, there's free pills later on, then you want to use the later on the pills on the later on numbers. Okay. I think you still need a heap. And you need a heap and a way to keep track of pilled workers versus unpilled workers. Pilled numbers versus unpilled numbers. I think maybe best workers. I wonder if I can do the tuple deal. Heapify. Keep track of pilled numbers versus not pilled numbers. Pilled numbers versus non-pilled numbers. Simplify. I think I want to use enumerate. gives you that the counter to each item in the list turns the iterable into something we can loop through. Where each item comes with its number. Get the list of tuples. List of enumerate A. Okay. Okay, so what I want is enumerate my name, index, and heapify. Alright, fine. Heapify a list of tuples that are the value, or the index and the value. Index and the value. So value comma index for each index value in the enumerate of tasks of workers. Why do I need index again? I need index so that I can track. It's not index, it's just value false for each value in workers and workers minus k to the end. Okay, I think that's correct. So false being that this has been pilled. Define the value. Okay, I think let's say array is equal to heapify this works. Let's just try. Best workers. Okay. Best workers is that every value of workers between those two indices. Okay, so the worst worker is taken off. And if the worst worker is taken off, if the number of pills is capable of doing this. If the number of workers that remain, so if the unpilled workers is going to be k workers. If the free pills is also k. No, free pills is equal to the number of pills. The unpilled is equal to the number of pills. And then number of unpilled is equal to number of pills. Then you have to pill it. Is greater than or equal to. No, less than or equal to. If the number of unpills is less than or equal to number of pills, this should be worse than pilled. So if this is pilled, then I can't really pill it. If worse is greater than or equal to task at this index, then continue, else return false. Okay. So if you have a pilled worker, you're dealing with the weakest task, they're not able to do it, then just stop. Now you have your worst worker, and you have free pills everywhere. So if this is here, this is for pilled workers, no, unpilled workers. If the number of unpilled workers is smaller than the pills, then you push I want to keep on pushing this thing onto it. So maybe I need to use a while loop here. So if I say task strength is equal to, this is my weakest task at this index. Okay. So now, what do I want to do? I want to look at my worst worker. So while best worker is at 0, my worst worker is strength. Logic here. So if I'm dealing with the worst worker, it is oxymoronic here because it's the worst of the best. So I'm dealing with the least worker currently. and they're pilled, and I just have to do the comparison. But is that after I do the, I think that's after I do the pill. After I do the pilling. So I think it's going to be something like so I pill if the least worker cannot, the least worker hasn't been pilled and cannot do the task, or I have free pills everywhere. So while the least worker hasn't been pilled, actually, I think I need to have just a check here. If I have no more pills, then it doesn't matter. I just need to compare the lowest values possible. If there's no more free pills, then if the best worker is at 0, is not say worker best workers at 0. If worker is less than the task, return false. I think I just need to pop this. We pop the best workers. Okay, and the worker strength is equal to 0. Okay, if there's no more free pills, then let's do whatever. Let's do that comparison. Otherwise, what? If there are free pills, then while there are free pills, while free pills is greater than 0, and well, while free pills is greater than 0. Well, do I need this check here? This check is going to be false if it doesn't hit this thing right here. If VP is equal to 0, then pop the worker, return if the worker is not strong enough. Otherwise, continue. Okay, so here, off repeat. I think I need this because I can be removing pills in this loop. So while there are 3 pills, and the best workers, the weakest worker is smaller than the weakest worker is not pilled. There are 3 pills, and the weakest worker is not pilled, and and yeah, now this is true. And then tilde. 3 pills minus plus 1 plus workers heap worker is equal to best workers heap pop, and then heap push best workers worker value, and use now tilde. Okay, so if there are free pills and the smallest worker hasn't been pilled, and also the smallest worker is smaller than the smallest task. Smaller than the smallest task. Okay. So while we have smallest worker needing pills, and there are pills, give them a pill, push onto the stack the smallest worker again with the pill of worker plus pill string. Okay, keep on doing that. And then what? And then also do this if you have 3 pills and the number of unpilled workers matches the number of pills. So this is one case where you need to pill the worker, or number of free pills is greater than 0, and you need to flip to the worker, or the number of unpilled workers equals the number of free pills. Unpilled workers minus 1. You keep track of the number of unpilled workers. So when you remove a worker, then the worker's got to pilled or unpilled. If worker is true, unpilled is decrement. Okay. So here this is also if the number of free pills is greater than 0 and the worker themselves is not pilled. I think this should be like this. So if you have some free pills and you're dealing with a worker that's not pilled, then either pill it because you have excess number of pills, or pill it because the worker isn't strong enough for the task. And then push that worker back into a stack, onto the heap, with them being pilled. Okay, so after all this, then you have to be dealing with a worker that is pilled on the stack, or a worker that's capable of doing the task. So worker is going to be whatever is off the stack here. And if worker is the worker is pilled, if this is true, then they're pilled. No, so if the worker 1, if that's true, then it means they're pilled. So if they're not pilled, then they're unpilled. And now, if the worker's power is smaller than the task, then return false. Okay, I think the logic actually makes some sense. Unpilled starts with K. K workers, they're all unpilled. And it decrements until equals the number of free pills, maybe. And then you do all this jazz. And then if all this works, then return true. I think it's probably going to crash pretty badly. Let's go ahead and run. Free pills is greater than 0 and best workers at 0 and 1. Maybe that's dots. Non-type object is not scriptable. Is possible. None-type object. Best workers is a heap. What was expecting? None? Is that what best workers is? Yeah, okay. So heapify value false for every value in workers. the list from these things. Value false for every value in workers and workers to the end. The best one worker. N workers minus K. There should be 2 p.m. Let's try this. Workers from N workers minus K to N on top of subarray. And then for every value in the subarray. So values 2. So the subarray is correct. It's 2 amplify value false. Okay, let's try it with this. Value false for every value in that. Amplify the subarray. Okay, 3 false, which I expected. Why does heapify not heapify that subarray? What is going on? Heapify. Transform a list into heap. Transform leap list into heap. Okay. Workers after you heapify subarray 3 false, it just becomes okay. What if I just did this? Zero false, 3 false, 3 false. Heapify that subarray. Oh. Is it not equal to? Is it just heapify subarray? return it. Yeah, okay. So I think it just needs to be best workers is equal to this for n workers between n workers minus k to the end, and heap will find the best workers. Range. Okay. Okay. There's 138 as a worker. So the low number of workers would be 0, the number of tasks would be number of tasks would be something large. And then the mid is going to be something like 4. And then it's going to go out of bounds. So the number of pills is what? 0 pills. So take out your best worker, which is 38. You haven't filled in. You haven't filled in. So this is why doesn't this print out this thing? Okay, good. So it's probably doing this. It's crashing on the very first call. So it should be checking to see if 38 can do 4. But it's crashing. Where is it crashing? Workers. I need to know what this is. Is this empty? What is it doing here? 38 false. Returns. Okay, I think maybe I need to do a very simple check here. If the number of tasks I'm trying to solve before is greater than the number of workers that's actually in the array, then return false. Yeah. Error. Not everything. Yeah, seated. Still continue. Okay. Run some platform stuff here. Okay, so my tasks are these, my workers are these. First trying to see if I can do 4 tasks, which I said is true. And then I tried 5 tasks, which I said is, no, so I tried 6 tasks and I said that was false, but true. So all 6 of these could be assigned to something. So these 6 should be assigned to, these 6 workers should be assigned to these 6 tasks. So what should happen here? There's 4 pills. So okay, so 1 is smaller than, so I'm going to ignore the harder tasks, so it's just about these tasks. So 1 is smaller than 2, so it should be pilling that 1. So that should make this into a 3. And the pills should now be 3. And then 2, the unpilled amount should be equal to 5 at that point. 2 works, and that's an unpilled amount. So this should be now 4. This one is too small, so this should be pilled. I think I might see where it might split. There's 1 pill left. And then this 3 should be used. And then this 3 should be used. And then this 4 should be pilled. And that should make this a 6. That should make this a 6. And my pilled should be 2. I think it's because of the ordering between true and false. I think this should just be if they can be pilled still, because I think it's actually, my guess is it's well, what is it doing here? So it's making the 1 into 3 pilled, making 2, and then handling the 2. When it sorts it, 6 is returning false. So these should be pilling the 1. So it's like 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then killing off the 2. pilling this second two. Which case it'd be like 3, 4, 4, 5, 6. And then killing off the killing off the 3. Killing off a 4. And pilling the other 4. I think I want to see what the actual heap is. The best workers and the index. Okay, so when it's testing out whether or not 6 works. Okay. So it's testing whether or not 6 can work. So the first time it does it, it should be 2, 4, 5. The one shouldn't be smaller than 2. So where's this 3 here? What's going on here? 2, 6 is the mid. Number of free pills is 0, which is not. And while the number of free pills is greater than 0, sure. And the best workers at 1 is not pilled, okay. Okay, I'm going to say alt best. So my best workers there. Okay. My workers are 2, 2, 4, 5, 6. Where's the 1? 2, 2, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Say what? We'll be doing my 6 best workers now. K is 6. So my length here is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And first is K. What's the starting index? So not 0. Starting index 1. I'm testing to see if it's possible to assign the K6 task. Oh boy, this is a pretty big bug. The number of workers is 6. K is 6, so it should be 6 minus 6. which should be 0. Thickness should be 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. N workers. If k is greater than n workers, return false. N workers minus k. N workers is the length of workers. So number of workers is 6. My k is 5. I thought my k was 6 here. Low, mid. What is possible for the mid? Oh, wait. Oh, am I looking at the wrong thing? So, okay, I should be looking at this one. Okay, this one. So it's 6. And here I returned false, I think. Start best. Print low, mid, high, able. Low, mid, high, able. So 5, 6, 7. Okay, this thing is 6, 6, 0. Okay, so the starting workers is 1, 2, 2, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's correct. And take up first worker smaller than the first task. So I should increase it to 3. And then the second worker should take out the second task. So then the next one up should be 3 compared to 2. So let's see. 1, that worker became a 3. And then the second worker did the task with 2. And then the third worker should have became a 4, I think. So 1 became a 3. This worker should have done that task of 2. And then this worker should have become a 4. But then the 3 should have cancelled as well. This worker became a 4. And then 3 should have cancelled, and the 4 should have cancelled. So the 3 should be gone. 4 should still be in there. Okay, and then the next one here. This 4. This 4 is false. Yeah. 2, 3. This, I would have preferred this one to be. I would prefer this thing to be 4 true versus 4 false. Yeah, for true first. Well, why wouldn't for false work here? So for false, there were for false. Yeah. So 1 becomes a 3, becomes 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 2 matches, so that's gone. So it becomes 3, 3, 5, 6, 6 versus 2, 3 star, 4, 5, 6. And then the 2 needs to get bumped up. So it'll be 3, 3, 5, 6, 6 versus 3 star, 4 star, 4, 5, 6. 3's disappear. Becomes 3, 5, 6, 6 versus 4 star, 4, 5, 6. Now, if it was 4, and there's still 2 pills, still 2 pills. If it does the 4 here and the 3 here, then that's fine. But if it looks like this and says, if it looks like this, yeah, so the 4 star needs to come, 4 pill comes before the 4. So I just need to organize this. So this will be true. If the worker is true as it allows it to be pilled. And if this is true, and this becomes false. If this is not true, or unpilled, I suspected that was the issue. I had to really go through all the steps to make sure that was loose mentally. Okay. Wait. Alright, so let's go through this one. Mm-hmm. 144899. 2 pills. Correct answer should be able to do 5. So all 5. So 144899. And the workers are 1, 3, 4, 5 now. Okay, so what we're really looking at is seeing if this works. 5 tasks, 5 workers. So the 1 should be able to do the 1. And then the 3 should be changing to be using a pill to make it use 6. 4 should do 4. And the 5 should do. At this point, there's 1 free pill left. There's 1 free pill left. So the number of free pills is not equal to the number of unpilled workers. So it's going to try to do 5 and 4. At this point, it doesn't work. Okay, so what should have happened was the 5 should have been pilled and made into an 8. The 5 should have been pilled and made into an 8, in which case it works. How do you know that? How do you know that? Man, this is the exact same like edge case that I was really hoping to have solved, or the solution didn't have this gap. So the logic was not complete, not sound. There's not just the fact that you have some free remaining number of unpilled workers and the matching number of pills. Something more complicated. It seems to work for most of the cases. So you have a 4 versus a 5, 6 pill versus 8, 9 versus 9. So you can choose to do the 4 versus 5 now. Or you can choose to pill the 5. Why would you want to pill the 5? Well, it's a good question. I think you want to pill the 5. Why would you want to pill? Why would you want to pill the 5 when you already have it, when you know that there's a 9, which is bigger than 5 that hasn't been pilled? So you're not pilling the 5 because of the 9, you're pilling the 5 because of the 6. So take out the 4 and the 5, the 6 doesn't work on the 8. Doesn't work on the 8. So you have to put it. And allow the 6 to work. Then this fish you should probably extend outwards somehow. So you have some later pill. You have some later pill that should, some later pill number that should be working the current number. Some later pill number that should be working the current number. You should be pilling this current number. In order for it to do a later number. Oh my god. How long is this? At least 3 hours. Oh, Jesus. So you can do with the number. Can you chop off the largest? Should you chop off the largest? So like the largest number has to go with the largest number. Like there's no point doing it otherwise, right? Then after you chop off the largest, then you do the other stuff. At which point you know that, yeah, maybe that is the optimization I need to do. Just chop off the largest. It doesn't seem quite complete. Chop off the largest. Without pills. That would reorder the number of free pills that you have. Okay. I'll chop off the largest. Workers. So the largest workers, the largest workers with the largest task. So I think maybe I'm gonna say while k is greater than 0 and workers largest task, largest workers at negative instead of doing the top 5, say last equal to n workers. Workers at last. So k is the top 5. Okay, so let's say I have a thing called done. While done is less than k and workers at n workers minus done minus 1 is bigger than or equal to task at k minus done minus 1, then done plus equals 1. So if I'm doing the top, if I'm doing 10 tasks and maybe some of it is already done by the biggest workers. So the biggest worker would be, I'm going to say there's 100 workers, 100 minus 0 minus 1, so that would be 99. The biggest worker has done 10 minus 0 minus 1, has done the 9th index task, increment it. So this is without using pills. and then that means that my K is now done. Those tasks are now without that done value. So now my best workers are excluding those that I've already done. So the n workers minus K to n workers minus done. If there's 0 done, then it goes all the way to n, just like normal. Yeah. And then those are my best workers. And then my indexing should go from 0 to K minus done. Yeah. Okay, still wrong. So what's going on here? Let's go and print out done. Okay, so 036 033 036, that seems pretty big. Number of workers, the number of tasks I have. Okay, so I'm gonna do 3 tasks. Maybe I should say the minimum of the number of tasks and number of workers. So there's no way that it's bigger those two pillars. Okay, so can I do 2 tasks? And I said yes. Can I do 4 tasks? And I said yes. And then can I do 5 tasks? Huh. Did I ever try 5? So 4 worked. And then the low became 5. So then I test apply this first. Yeah. Alright, so when I tested 5, what did it do? Low not possible. So this was the one I tested 5. So best workers is this array. K is 5, 1 is done. So the 9 is done, which is what I want. Now Dennis and tasks minus K minus 10. So the 9 did the 9. Okay, so it's 1448 versus 1345 with 2 pills. Okay. One, four, four, five. One. Okay, so this should be 1448 versus 1354. 345. 1448. 1345. So it should say that the 1 does the 1. So it should be the 1 should do the 1. So the remaining one should be 354. Oh yeah, oops. We should do 345. So that should that. The pill strength is that should be 8. And then the 3 should be pilled to become a 6. And 4s should cancel. So I'm left with 5, 6. So this should be like that. So it should be 5, 6 pilled. And then it should be 4 and 8. And there should be 1 free pill left. So it should automatically pill the 5. Oh, my unpilled. Unpilled should start with K. Should be K unpilled. And then it should be K minus 10. Yeah. Ooh. One of the final ones was the wrong answer as well. Oh my god. Streak survives. Okay. Alright. Wow, 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 wow. Maybe it's slow because I'm putting stuff out. Maybe. Maybe. Otherwise it doesn't seem that slow. Could be wrong. Remove all my prints. Okay. Well, It is what it is. Number workers. I don't think I need this if statement. I think I prevented this if statement using this I min thing. None is 0. Yeah, I could possibly make it not have a tuple here. Question is I care. So my best workers. Yeah, so how would I do without tuples? I have a heap. I have 2 separate heaps. Heap full of pilled workers and unpilled workers. Yeah, what if I have 2 heaps? Heap filled with pilled workers and unpilled workers. And then I would take the smaller of the 2. Oh, do I care to optimize it? I don't know, man. I think I care more about just getting this done, and then maybe I'll optimize it offline. Maybe. Alright, the summary. So this is a binary search technique. Binary search, which is find the optimal k where k is the number of tasks that can be completed. When you do binary search, you have a key is making a method that computes whether or not determines if it is possible to solve k tasks using the given workers and pills and O(n) time. So in one pass, determine whether or not it's possible to solve some number of tasks. And so outside, so the structure is binary search for that k value using while calling on that method, calling on that check method. So my check method is always generally called is possible for some k value, and then the structure here is this thing right there. So it's the structure of binary search. Now the actual difficulty is, I think, determining whether or not it's possible to solve for k tasks in one pass. And I'm not sure about the logic here, but logic for one pass determination of k of able to solve k tasks. There's quite a few sub-steps that I had to do. One was so basically solving doing k weakest task with k strongest workers. No point in looking at other workers or tasks, because if you can solve the k weakest task, then you can substitute a k weakest task with a slightly stronger task, and that just makes it harder, or a slightly weaker worker, and that makes it harder. So it just, if you're just looking for it, then you just look at that subset. And then here's like a few optimizations on that. Optimizations to do that. One is can ignore most difficult tasks and workers and strongest workers. You can say that they're done. By which I mean, if you look at your strongest workers and your strongest tasks, you can say that some number of those workers are, if your strongest worker can do the strongest task, then you can say that's like you can ignore that. And then secondly, use a heap to determine the weakest task or weakest worker, and pill that worker if they can't do the weakest task. So if your weakest task is 5 and your weakest worker is 4, then you have to use a pill. If no pill, not possible. And then also when pilling workers, put them back in the heap rather than using them immediately, since they can be used for a bigger task. So for instance, if you have a worker that's 4 strong and a task that's 5, and your pill strength is 3, then you want to say that the worker is now going to be pilled and the worker is now going to be 7, and the task is still 5, but save the worker for something. Save worker until necessary. So maybe there's another worker that is actually 5 in the heap. You want to use that. You maybe want to use that worker on the task 5 rather than the 7 pilled worker, right? Because then there might be another task that's 7 along the way that the 7 pilled worker is better capable of handling. And then the last optimization is if the number of pills equals the number of unpilled workers, then pill the worker regardless, because that will allow you to possibly have a stronger worker in a later task. Alright, after all those, you should be able to determine the number of tasks that can be handled. Time complexity, this is going to be O of n log n. N is the maximum. Is it maximum or minimum? Maximum of the number of workers and the number of tasks. Because you do need to sort them. Like you sort them so that you know which one's the strongest or weakest worker and strongest or weakest task. And the binary search function is possible function is O of k, where k is the number of tasks that you're doing. That makes sense. It's a possible function. Doing k. Yeah, I think that's correct. So I think overall time complexity, because you're sorting it, and then you're, I think that makes it O of n. I think that overall it's going to be O of nk log n. It's the number of tasks. No, it's not. It cannot be right. So you're sorting it, it's O log n log n, and then you're not resorting each time. I think it's O of k. O of k times log n, because the binary search portion is log n. Yeah, the binary search portion, k is the number of tasks, and O log n is the binary search portion. Yeah, that feels right, because overall it shouldn't be nk. Nk would be like n squared, because k and n are proportional. And space and complexity, this is O of n. For sorting. Not that you really use all that much. Yeah, this is over 1, I think, actually. No extra arrays.